Well, good morning. Maybe not so good, but it is morning anyway. It's the 18th of March, 2026. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I capture on my video to do with the trading day for the complete cash session every trading day, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment, so I don't have to I can stay focused on the market rather than all the things that would be required for a journal, and I believe journaling is important. So there you go. Now, there's a couple of things. First of all, the purpose of this is, as I said, my private personal trading journal. I trade live. I trade this bookmap here, in case you're not aware. Any trades that I place on bookmap are to my live AMP futures account funded by myself. So this is real dollars, live market. I backtest on IRT, and for example, here, these backtests are within the IRT simulated environment because I'm not confident enough in my coding stuff with IRT to have it trade automatically, algorithmically, for example. So be clear about that. And where am I now? The purpose of the stream, one of the reasons the stream is so long every day is I have a commitment to take no trades off of the stream. So that provides full accountability and transparency. And I'm not, now, having said all of that, I'm not licensed to, nor do I intend to provide financial or trade advice. So, this is for hopefully learning or entertainment or whatever on the part of you, the viewers, or the stream participants. And welcome. I'm also not monetized in any way here by YouTube, so your likes and subs is really appreciated, and for sure contribute in the chat. This is by no means a my way or the highway idea. I am showing with full transparency what I am doing in trading now. And I am really open to and welcome suggestions or comments or criticism or any of that stuff. So there you go. Let's get on to now, in case you haven't noticed, the market is plummeting, and that's basically two reasons. We have the PPI out this morning. We also have the Fed rate decision at 1300 today. And there's a big escalation in the war in Iran. So you can see what's happened here so far. Here was our our low of yesterday. I've already just as a precaution, I've already put that in as the high. I'm expecting a gap open lower today. So on to the numbers then. Here, I think I did that maybe twice. No? Okay. I use two news sources, investing.com, which focuses on traditional economic calendar events, PPI, Fed interest rates, FOMC, GDP, that's those things. And if you notice, the event titles will present you with a URL if you hover over them. So if you don't know what the Fed rate decision means, you can click that link and go there and find out all about it. You can filter these, both of my news sources, any time frame or country or report you're interested in. And also investing.com has got the earnings and, stuff like that that you can also look into. Everyday earnings report. We are still putting out earnings, so well, there you go. But let's focus on the economic calendar. Now, oh, and both of these news sources are free. That's why all the ads are flapping around here. I do that intentionally because I want to keep any resources that I can, that I use on the stream, free, so that they can be accessed by anyone. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT, but you know, at least these I can leave alone, and I don't even pay attention to these ads, so it doesn't bother me. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, and it is similar to IRT in that it's got a calendar over here. Plus, it has a squawk box idea on the right. Now, one thing different that Financial Juice does that investing.com does not. As the day progresses, it will pull these kind of events here, which are not typical economic events or related event. I don't know what to say. Events, I guess, the best thing to say. And I really appreciate that because we don't know, as a trader today, your main job is risk management, to preserve your account. And of course, to grow your account. So you can't manage your risk if you are not aware of potential risks. That's why these things, not a dignified transfer ceremony necessarily, but you never know. In this current environment and administration, it's overwhelmingly clear that these kinds of events can have serious impact to our auction. So I'm really appreciative that they pull those into the schedule. And you won't see this stuff on investing.com. All right, enough of that. Let's move on to the pre-market. Whoa, wrong thing. Hit the wrong button. It's not open yet. The pre-market here is, well, there you are. This is RTH session. First of all, this is IRT. Let me point out that in all of these IRT charts in the header, you can see the chart name, which is meaningless to you, but the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you should be able to have no question about any of these things. This was yesterday's RTH, and here we are last night, and now here we are. This is the micro ES, the micro NQ, the micro ES high time frame chart, which I call the micro composite, and this is the mini market profile. I don't switch the market profile back and forth to micros or not. I just leave it as it is. And I track these same four configuration in the minis. But since I'm trading micros at this point, currently I will keep it on micros. So let's start with a high time frame. The micro composite chart is a daily candlesticks of the MES. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC. These high and low volume nodes, and these high and low volume nodes, these red and green, they're indicated here by red and green lines, push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices up here. Now, as soon as the RTH session opens, I'll change this charting to RTH. Typically, in this kind of a sell-off overnight, I would say that I would be looking for some responsive buying to take profit on the open. But with this heavy news day, and we have the FOMC today until 1300 at 1300, so we've got news, risk, And, not to mention potential speakers or whatever else all day, pretty much, until 1300 today. So there you go. But it'd be real interesting to see if they can maintain the sell-off or if they will, in fact, take some profit. Typically, as I said, I would be looking for some responsive buying to take profit here. But who the hell knows? Today, I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell that the FOMC is going to cut rates today. Trump's already been on Truth Social yapping and whining about that. It's amazing to me how I don't know how to say it exactly. Doesn't seem to have any understanding or touch for why that stuff would or could happen in the face of what the country's going through right now with this war and everything, which is, as you've been maybe looking at the news, seems to be kind of questionable by a lot of people in the inner circle, including serious MAGA people. Pretty crazy. So, yeah, now let's look at Bookmap, which is right here. Bookmap is my execution platform, as I said, and it is, the columns are as follows from right to left. This is the dome or the price ladder or the order book or whatever you want to call that. These are the prices, and these are resting orders. These are limit orders or liquidity resting in the book. These are sell, these are buy, or ask and buy, whatever you want to look at it. This is the high time frame column where I enter these values manually. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. RTH and Delta for RTH, which will reset this morning at 8:30, one way or the other. And my statistics column, which is pretty important. And the session prices here. Now, you'll notice that there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There's a full session or RTH session volume profile, which is a bright yellow, and there's a more muted yellow, which is a full session. Volume profile, or a POC, not volume profile, Jesus, POC, which is point of control, and that's nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, at 74.75, the most contracts, 1,759 or whatever it says there, have traded. The minute one of these other prices is 1,760, this yellow line is going to move there. That's all there is to it. There's the VWAP for Globex and a VWAP for RTH, and there's an RTH mid. Now, way up above us here is some other levels that are probably sort of important. Where the hell did they go? Way above us, I guess. Yeah, way above us is the hell is going on here? I'm not. There we are. There's a an IB low and an IB high. IB stands for initial balance, which is an old market profile term, and those two levels are nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. That's all there is to it. Let me get this opened up so we can see them a little better, maybe. So that's the next thing that I would do typically here is to sort out the statistics. So the first thing I do is determine what I expect the statistics open will be, and there's only two criteria, so it's real simple. If we open down here, right now, how would that compare to previous RTH close? Well, there's the close, so it's lower, absolutely. And how would that compare to the previous RTH low or range? Well, there's the low, and there's the high. So it's out of range. So this is going to be a gap down. We were gap up yesterday and gap down today. And I'll change the name here in the column because when I look at this screen snap or stream, I can see the title of that column and it tells me the relationship and gives me a lot of data. The next thing I'll do is delete the statistics from yesterday, because, yesterday. And then we're going to go get the new ones for today. And they come from the statistics report right here. This was yesterday, and here's today. Now, IRT will graciously highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30, so that's not going to help us now. So here's the open type, lower out of range. This system is real simple, like everything else I do with trading. It's just price, data, volume, and probabilities. That's the way I approach the market. The opening statistics, it looks backwards at the most recent 1,698 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower out of range 252 times for 14%. Of the days we opened gap down, lower out of range, the overnight volume point of control was revisited by price 74.2% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, 74.2. Drum roll, please. And that's all there is to it right there. Now I'm just gonna go down the list. The overnight low is 71. Overnight low is 71%. The the IB high, that's kind of a weird one. That's way off the scale up above us. I'll look at that in a minute. Let's look at the IB low is 59.9. So there's the IB low. I want to do this for a reason. I always put those initials, and I'll tell you exactly why. The minute we open, this low and the IB high are going to go bracket the current price. So it will no longer be at this level. And I will wonder what in the hell was 59.9, right? There you go. The overnight mid, 67.9. Previous low is 66.7. And man, they're not even remotely acting like they want to bring this thing up, which is, there's been big drama in the war and affecting the price of oil and the availability of it. Never mind the people that are dying. And and then we've got these economic numbers. Previous close is 40.9. I think we knew where that was. And this is a good example because, okay, here's price. Here's 59.9, and here's 67.9, and here's 40.9. How the hell can we get from here to here without going through here, right? These are probabilities. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand, targets, sure things, inside tips, nothing. These are probabilities. This is the probability that this price will be revisited when we open lower out of range. And this study only has the two criteria that I mentioned. It doesn't care about nuclear war or oil prices or anything else. It only looks at the relationship of the current or the opening price as it relates to the previous close and the previous range. So those are the statistics. And now, excuse me, I'm going to do something else I do every day, which is called TLab. And the TLab snap is something I do every day, and hopefully it will maintain relevance. Why am I not seeing this? Okay. So the TLab snap, you ask yourself, what in the hell is a TLab? And that's a reasonable question. It is a bookmap Discord chat room, which is called the Traders Lab. It was developed by or is led by, and I guess developed by, maybe, a guy named Tom B., who is a experienced professional trader, plus 46 years experience, and successful, and has philosophies about risk management and trading that I share or make sense to me. Let's put it that way. So every day at about 6, I post the numbers of the reports for the day. And then at about 8:20, I post this, which gives anyone in there that doesn't have similar charting capability all the numbers that they might be interested in. And now I need to say that the reason I single out the Traders Lab is I was quite active in there until I started doing the stream, until I started my own virtual journal and then turned that into the stream for accountability. That wasn't the goal to start with. The goal is the journal. And that's basically a suggestion from Tom to anyone to, focus on your trading, not yucking it up in a Discord somewhere. Focus on the market and your trading and narrate what's going on. So I took it to the next level, and here we are. So, and then I also have to say, I have no clue. I have no proof that Tom is a professional trader or has been trading for 46 years. He doesn't trade live and he doesn't call trades. So I don't know. I mean, I have no proof of that. He doesn't trade. I trade online live on the stream. So there's no question about it. But Tom doesn't do that. And that's his business, of course. But I believe him. So, but I have to be transparent. I have no proof. I've never seen his accounts. I've never seen him trade live. And so what I mean? Yeah, I hope you understand. I mean, I every day, the reason I make those posts and stuff is I want to tip my hat and in gratitude and respect for Tom. You will never be solicited for anything in the Traders Lab, and there's a good crew of people in there if you're interested to go check that out. But it is a Bookmap Discord chat room, obviously sponsored by Bookmap, and it's the only one of those Discord rooms, even Bookmap, that I recommend, because I certainly haven't been to all of them, and the only other couple that I did visit that was typical, the guy was trying to sell you something, 2 words out of his mouth, so there you go. And now we are morning and tone. Quite a big sell-off, huh? And we've got the FOMC at 1,300 today, so gear up for that. So there we go. I think it's the TLab. What else have I got to do here? Oh, yeah, it's probably important to be able to trade with Bookmap, you might agree. The way you do that is activate the trade control panel. Hold on. Activate the trade control panel here by clicking the padlock. And then you select a method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with the mouse is this active data column. Notice how the mouse pointer is a $, and over here it's an arrow. That line is the dividing line of the column, and it's a big deal. And this is the dome. So you could trade with your mouse on the dome columns or both, and you can do both of them, obviously. First of all, make sure if you're using trading statistics, make sure that it is on the correct journal or wherever they have it go. I'm sure that probably is as stupid as it sounds. I don't go to this online web journal of Bookmap, but I want the stats to be pushed over there as a backup. And the reason I have the statistics on is it will generate statistics within Bookmap, and then I can just very easily drop them into my static journal, which is done by Rod. So it's a long story, but anyway. The next thing I do that's really important for me is multi-brackets. And this is where, I don't want Sim. What am I doing here? This is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied. The minimum contract size. Hey, Antonio, bon dia. Hook in and hang on, my brother. It's the sky is falling. The sky is falling. Tudo fudido. An even number of contracts, and the smallest size is 2, obviously. Then you select a stop for the entire package, and this is not the time to figure this out. You should have done this long ago, and my advice is the first criteria you need to review is your account risk parameters tolerance. If you're trading a prop account, you might have a daily loss limit or something. All those things have to be figured in here. What's the volatility of the instrument you're trading? Obviously, the volatility of the market's pretty self-explanatory, but once these two numbers are established, then T1, or the first profit target, is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. The minute this target is achieved, the trade is risk neutral. The worst that could possibly happen is a scratch. Unless you're a complete donut and you move your stop away from entry, then you got a lot of other problems to deal with first. And you can do any kind of setup, whatever kind of brackets you want to do after that with the runners. So there's that. You can also use Execution Pro if you're interested, which has a whole bunch of, you can do, trail to break even. You can set up a trail, whatever it is you want to do. I'll do that manually at this point. So we've got multi-brackets, we've got statistics set, put the price lines back on there, I guess, and there we go. Now, because I have my metrics across the top, and they're reflected here. You can turn these off and on, by the way, but they're reflected here. I don't need the trade control panel tools anymore because I have the multi-bracket set, and I know this is the correct package size. So I can re-click the green button up here, the padlock, and it'll stay active because we've selected both. But I get the real estate back on my screen, and I have all my metrics. I also have cancel, and I have close all buttons. So essentially now Bookmap is ready to trade. I will be standing by because my broker, AMP, for 4 events, today being 2 of them, raised the intraday margin requirement to 25% of nominal. So it would be about $6,000 to trade one mini contract today, margin requirement. So that's, if they consider that to be high risk, then I agree with them. And that will be in place until after the FOMC release today. There's 4. There's CPI, PPI, FOMC, and non-farm payroll where they do that. I don't know about anybody else's broker, but there you go. Mind your risk, mind your risk, mind your risk. What else can I say? Look at this mess. If you got short this morning, go to Vegas because you're obviously lucky today. This is Blue Boy, which is just a real top secret indicator here. It is a vertical line, and I slapped that on the first print of each session. There we go. We just opened. Well, that's good. It actually looks like it opened on time. I'm pretty happy about that. I'm actually floored. Looks like it's about 20 seconds late, but that's close enough. Now, remember that the IB high and low are going to jump down here below price immediately. There you go. So we're open today. And what I will, oh, look at the legs over here. Hell of a lot of volume coming through the pipe. So what I'm going to do now is change these to RTH session only. There's the RTH close yesterday. There's the RTH session, and here we open today. And I'm doing this to keep the relationship of the to keep the relationship of the session prices as expected by the people who use those. I share the session prices with anybody that would like to use them. I push them continuously from 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday. Just like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the link. It's a CSV link from Google, safe and sound, and you can put it in your Cloud Note columns or your indicator of choice. Or I think Ned just uses it on I think he just opens it up in a Excel sheet, to be honest about it. Okay. So there we are. Now, the reason I'm doing this again, and I'll explain that right now. So there's our IB low, our IB high, and that's why I put that initials up here, because what was that about, you see? Aren't I clever? Clever Trevor. Now I'm going to, in advance of, just anticipation, I put the gap high here, which was my version of the gap is previous RTH higher low compared to the current open. Well, the current open is this little pink boy hiding right in there like that. No, it's a VWAP. Well, you see the open anyway. It's under here. I will, in a minute, I will set a flag for the gap low, and we see if we close it. That will be at today's RTH Open. What I was going to point out about the resetting IRT to RTH session only is the relationship between value area low or high and developing value area low or high is as follows. Anybody that uses these levels, including me, expects the developing volume higher low to be for this current auction. And we expect the value area higher low to be the previous RTH auction. That was the correct relationship through yesterday and through the ETH last night until we opened this morning. Now, the previous auction is the just closed ETH. So I need to switch these RTH or the IRT charts to RTH session only. Now the relationship is correct. This represents the value area high and low from yesterday's RTH session, and these are the developing value area high and low for this current RTH session. There you go. I think that's about as confusing as I can get in one fell swoop. Yeah, this Iran war is a great idea. Even this guy that, I don't know if you saw the news, but this, I don't remember his name even. I didn't even know he existed. But this guy head of the security, I don't know what the hell, you know. So he reported to Tulsi Gabbard, actually. A real diehard Trump supporting MAGA guy. Quite a distinct. He's been to, you know, combat 11 times or something, and his first wife was also. Well, he's a Gold Star husband. His wife was killed in 2019 in Syria. Also military, and you know, not a distinguished veteran, and good for him. But a real right winger, and you know, a MAGA guy. He resigned because he said this whole Iran war is a complete sham, and America was not in any imminent danger from Iran. This is like the second in charge in the national security outfit there, the NSA, for analyzing exactly stuff like that. It was pretty surprising. I had never heard of the guy before, and as I said, I respect him and thank you for his sacrifice and his contribution to the country. But you know, and whether I agree with his politics or not is a different story. But yeah, I was pretty surprised. Pretty surprised. And there we go. There's the open. See, he's hiding right there. Let's just put him right over here. There's the gap low. See how that goes? Bashful today. Okay, so this would be the gap low. What day is this? This is 180326. I think I screwed up. Yes, I did. This is not the 18th. This is the gap high from the 17th. What is wrong with me? There we are. Typically, Panda's checking me here, but she's lollygagging around the house someplace. Will we close the gap? Likely, but right now we're just dancing around the micro composite VPOC from the 16th. Okay. So, there you go. As I mentioned in the pre-market, on a normal day, I would expect responsive buying to take some profit. I mean, anytime we have a huge dump overnight, you can usually, you know, I always expect them to adjust their inventory and take some profit, wouldn't you? If you got short up here and we're down here, you'd go, well, I think I'll take some of that off. Especially heading into a rate decision from the Fed. That's where I would be. Now, AMP, I don't know about you guys, but AMP, as I mentioned in the note thing up there, the intraday margin is 25% of nominal or maintenance. So it's, you know, mini's about $6,000 for a mini contract, and that's That's intraday margin, and that won't be reset this morning until after, well, this afternoon until after FOMC. So what have I forgotten to do here? I don't know. Talked about gap rules already. I guess I didn't really. The gap rules are, and this is an old market profileism, who the hell knows? And like all trading isms, it's, completely vague and can be interpreted either way. So, take that for what it's worth. If we close a gap relatively early in the session, and if price is accepted within the previous range, or better yet, value, there's a high probability we will trade across the previous value area. How's that for vague? If it's not, if neither of those things are accomplished, then what would be the opposite? We would look to trade in the direction of the gap. But, come on, what's relatively early in the session? Price acceptance is pretty obvious. It looks like they're going to close it up here now anyway, and then we'll see. So what that basically says is that price would be accepted in range and in value, that there would be a high range, and in value, there'd be a high probability we trade across value, which would be up to here. Narrow value range yesterday. As far as I'm concerned, this is just responsive buying to take profit off those shorts. Anybody that, sold these rips, look at that. 60 points. And I was standing here too. That all happened well after I was here. But I'm certainly not gonna, maybe that's my problem. I should have just jumped on one and then, been in bed. So it looks like everything is working here. No drop frames. Okay. FOMC at 1300 today. I don't know what else is going on. Another dignified transfer at 1225. I wonder if the Great Pumpkin will remember to take his hat off this time. There was a big dust up about that the last time. To such a degree that Fox News, I suppose you heard this story, Trump didn't bother to take his hat off for the dignified transfer this last week or two. So Fox News showed the first part of it and then cut away and stuck in an edited old, previous one where he was standing there with his hat off, and they got called out so badly that they had to come on and he waived the Jones Act. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Anyway, they had to come on and apologize publicly. The Jones Act, if you don't know what that is, it's against the law for a non-U.S. flagged carrier to transport fuel or oil or petroleum products between American ports. And that's been one of the huge issues with Hawaii and like Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands. And so these guys were just raping them as far as charges for that. Now this is the first time that I know of in history anybody's waived the Jones Act. Meaning now that a foreign flagged tankers and whatever can go between American ports. As I understand a lot, I mean, don't quote me, but that's basically what it is. That's why it was such a big deal between Hawaii and Puerto Rico. Nobody could carry fuel to Puerto Rico. I mean, to Hawaii or Puerto Rico from the States, because unless it was an American flag carrier. So, you know, they had just a bird nest on the ground for overcharging. Which, of course, in typical fashion, they did. Well, we got right up to it, but we didn't get through it. Ooh, and you know why? Blue Boy's hiding. That devil's not on the job here. What? All kind of stuff going on over here in the newsy woozy department. West Texas went zooming off the map when they blew up something here. There you go. It kind of came back to Earth now, but it had one hell of a spike when that thing came out about ARSA or whatever it's called. Or PARS, yeah. South PARS. They're going to close it? Well, let's see what the statistics are, shall we? That'll be fun. So the statistics today are, first of all, let's update the damn thing. Okay. Previous low, 66.4% probability that we will close the gap. When we open lower out of range, 253 times out of 1,700 times days for 14.9%. There you go. And what is Mr. Open Boy over here doing now? Let's see what this thing is. Oh, we're trading and making money and God knows what all. No, we're losing money. Okay. This thing has become quite interesting. I did some coding yesterday where it, and this is a bad example, but when T1 is achieved, then it's trails to entry. And it has encouraging statistics here. I'll keep you up to date, but so in other words, had they not had this big drop, this is the stop, this is T1, and there's the entry, and those flags and candles are working just perfect. So the problem with this particular setup or strategy is that it's based on, I do have a filter to filter out crazy opening ranges, but it's based on an opening range. Now the actual opening range today is 11 points. That's, you know, over 40 ticks. This is a 5-minute opening range. So it's a real simple strategy. The breakout bar or signal is when a price bar, these are 1-minute candlesticks, and a 5-minute opening range. When a price bar opens within the range and closes outside the range. Duh, breakout. And then the trigger bar is any bar at any point after this breakout bar that opens above the range, wicks into the range, and closes above the range. Doesn't matter whether it's a down candle or an up candle, just so those criteria happen. That signals the entry. Now, in this case, and then the stop is at the mid between the opening range, and the T1 is R1 and T2 is R2 or 2R. And some of them have been quite snazzy. Come on. This thing is, I'm sure, all laggy today. Anyway, I'll just let it cook and we'll talk about it later. Today's a stop, right? And stop of, what is it? 53 to 48. It's not too terrible because we've only got 11-point range, so it's 5-point stop. That's not too bad. And again, this is for anybody that's not familiar here all the time. This is happening within the simulated environment in IRT as a forward testing of this back testing strategy things I'm trying to figure out. So I can add more vetted setups to the playbook or my plan or what the hell ever else. Okay. I'm going to restart IRT here in the background, see if those lags go away. Yeah. Be right back. Ooh, VPOC migration. Full session. It didn't help with the lags. Well, it's 9C over here this morning. Bright and sunny, so I guess that'll change at some point. This guy that quit this, whatever he was, national something or another advisor. As I said, he was a real experienced veteran, real gung-ho guy, Green Beret and Special Forces and all that stuff. Certainly not a dummy or very definitely qualified for that job. And to make an opinion like that, I think was pretty. First, it took a lot of balls on his part, obviously. Second of all, eye-opening. Well, are we going to get another one of these little balanced rotations down here until the Fed? Very possibly. What do you suppose the probabilities of the Fed cutting rates? I would say slim and none. Those are the two. Like, that's just what we need to do. Gasoline prices and inflation is flying up the map. And what is Einstein up to? He's tweeting, when's Powell cutting the rates? That's all he can think about. I wasn't aware, actually, about this whole security thing. I had always wondered, who the hell is Tulsi Gabbard? That's the woman that's been put in as the head of the NSA. All I know about her is, she's from Hawaii, but claims she lives in Maryland, but, their residence is really in Hawaii. And she was on a TSA watch list because of association with Russia. I mean, it's pretty crazy over here. But apparently I took from that article about this guy who quit. She is also an experienced war zone, experienced veteran, which, good for her. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. And I mean that sincerely. Well. 3 holes in the ground, right? So this didn't work out. Now I've got this set up to only do 1 trade a day. That's all I figure I'm interested in watching. And every one of these triggers you see would be another pain in the ass, right? There's a trigger. Well, that's the same trigger. Here's another trigger. Let me shut that off. Here's another trigger. Breakout and a trigger. Again, not stopped out yet, but you know, I'm not interested in thinking about it anymore. And I'm going to take that off the chart here so that it is not burning up resources, and close this trade. This is a little different because I can't set up the risk to reward stuff properly because it's doing, instead of using my typical sets, it's doing percentages of range and things like that. So I got to figure out a way to have that, put that into my journal, into my, this thing here. This is the back test. Every one of these lines is a back test. And here's what I was doing this morning or last night, early this morning. These stop T1, T2, which are typical for what I usually do, risk neutral package, is not accurate when it comes to this particular setup because they're not fixed. The stop is, 50% of the range, and then T1 is R1 and T2 would be R2. So I have to figure out how to do that properly for this particular spreadsheet to get the risk to reward properly done over here. That means anything to anybody? Probably not. Okay, let's look at the next order of business, which would be the break of the, get rid of these fractal boys over here, which would be the opening range trade. Initial balance football. I better get back to bed immediately. Okay, system's still on the chart, so that's good. Oh, really? I didn't know about that guy. I didn't know that. I'd never heard of the guy before until this something I just read. I don't remember where. I try to only watch ground news or, like Financial Times and those kind, but the spin over here is so bad I don't pay. Oh, well, then he's a douchebag. I mean, if that's the case, I got no use for him. One of those gung-ho. Yeah, never mind. I mean, how can anybody be pro-Russia, for Christ's sake? And call yourself an American. I guess I'm just old enough to have been through the Cold War and stuff. And yeah, never mind. Not to be political here, but it's freaking ridiculous. Yeah, that's true. I was going, what the hell is going on with developing POC? And it's that's exactly what's happening over here too. Wow. That's crazy. So this is the initial balance trade. These are there's only 3 rules. They're encompassed here. When it's 9:30, the price, pullback and continuation zones will show up over here, and they'll push across to Bookmap. And let's see what happens over here. There we go. Yeah, these radical, yeah, whatever. I've known a couple of those, never mind. Never mind. My mama used to say, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. Good advice. Hard to follow, but good advice. Okay, what is going on now? Well, I'm saying, and here I go way out on a limb, not predicting, anticipating this nonsense is going to continue on until 1300 unless, some giant crap happens that we're not aware of. I tell you something that's been pretty surprising to me lately, the last couple of days. Quite a big difference between the NQs down here and the ES. And these are minis, micros, of course, but, gap here. Maybe a teensy one down here in the previous low. I don't see the close. Previous low, there's a little bit of a gap, but they cleaned it up and they're actually overlapping here. I noticed that in the other day too. Pretty big difference in profiles between the NQ and the micros. I don't know what the minis are doing. Same, which is not a surprise, I guess. Okay, don't get all excited now. Let's just get over here and get the lag back to normal, and I hope everybody's got their levels. I don't want Ned to have a stroke on me today. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought I had the ringy dingy shut off, but I get so much spam crap, it's amazing. I don't ever answer the phone unless it's somebody I know, and that's real simple because there's about 2 people I know that ever call me, so that works out really well. And if they don't leave a voicemail, then, screw them. My, would you look at that mess we got going on down here? Let's widen this out a little bit. Make sure that hold on a minute. Make sure that I'm not doing something stupid. Let me point out, and this is very definitely the voice of experience talking. This column I try to keep it active when I'm trading because I think it's the fastest and the most accurate way to put in a trade. Of course, you can keyboard, which is always available if you set it up. You have to have focus of the OS on the application. That's normal. But I've been trying to use the mouse, but this is one dangerous damn place over here. If I accidentally try to move the price up or down and my mouse skews off a little bit, or I'm trying to move a line or anything, any accidental click in this column and you've got an order or a trade on that you didn't necessarily plan, So that's why just now I changed this to dome only. So the only screw up I could make is if I accidentally clicked over here, which isn't going to happen, I don't think. So just out of precaution, especially with this elevated. So fine, I'm in the minis, so that's not a problem for the account. But on the, you accidentally put an order on over here, unless you say a 2-lot, you've got to have a minimum of 12 or something grand in your account in order just to put on the trade. So today, now, because of the margin requirement with AMP. Let's see what that actually is. I don't know. Okay, so if you, whoops, it's 25% of maintenance. So to trade a micro mini ES, instead of $40 margin, I would need 594. Take that up to the minis. Instead of $400, I'd need $5,945 margin per contract. The NQ is $8,500 per contract to trade the NQ mini. So, it could be pretty disappointing if you, and the thing that happens at 1700 last night, all the way through today until I get an email that says intraday margins are reset, and that will be after after the FOMC. And I don't know if every other broker does that. And what are we doing now? Somebody said something nobody liked or what? Oh, hello. My. What happened? They heard me talking about him or what? Looky there. I hope somebody's short. If I was a big brave boy or a gambler or a gunslinger, I'd have hit a short this morning when I was standing here watching the news thing hit about the oil. And, then I'd be back in bed again after 50 points. Looky there. Down there to the overnight lows. Yes. Yep. The ETH low is 67.32 on the micros that I have, which is just this little bump right over here. There we go. So we got it a dollar high. Got about a 16 handle range so far. They didn't like the idea of closing that gap, and here we are again, testing the lows from overnight. I will say that goofy guy that quit, that, whatever his name was, I should remember stuff like that. My first reaction when I saw him, the first thing I saw his picture, I thought it was Hagsat. They looked just like, you know, a match set. And I'm sure all tattooed up and everything like Hagsat. There's a real phenomenon going on around here, over here, that is, I don't understand. Oh boy. Yeah. Extreme caution today with your risk, and keep your eye. I mean, if you're making trades here and doing all right, good for you. But I wouldn't have any kind of a trade, and there's signaled yet of any sort. And I would certainly not be involved with anything getting near the FOMC rate announcement. That'll be some fireworks, I would suppose. I think it's pretty foregone conclusion that nobody's expecting a rate decrease. I think that may be pretty well priced in by now. Well, here's a consolidation. Are we going to get a bar trade down here? I guess you could say that this area here, yeah, that's a little high. I was going to say around here would be the bar. I guess that would be here to here. I was looking back over here. And then the breakout and retest. Or is this a breakout of up here? That's, I don't know. I'm babbling again. I've changed my name to Brooke, right? Because I babble all the time. Well, it's 22 after, so pretty quick we're going to be looking at the initial balance stuff, which is maybe a time to talk about that, I guess. For anybody that's not frequently here, the initial balance is a statistic. There's the initial balance low and there's the initial balance high so far. And again, those levels are nothing more complicated than the low and the high of the first 1 hour of trade. In other words, at 9:30 this morning, Central Standard Time, they will no longer move down or up, and that will be a statistic that is captured in, everybody knows about it. It's an old favorite from the market profile days, but it remains the most probable statistic to be achieved in every one of the 4 open types forever. Today it's 97.6% probability that at some point this morning or today between 0930 and 1600, price will revisit the IB high or low. Now, if that isn't vague enough, I don't know what is. So that's after 9:30 today. At some point, price will revisit, may only exceed by a tick the low or the high, sometime between 9:30 and 1600 today. That's the old standard IB stat. And it is part of the rules in my initial balance strategy with a little bit of additional granularity to it. I want to see 2 bars trading. The signal bar would pierce, close, open above, let's say the low, would open above, close below the initial balance low. But I would also, my system also requires the previous bar to the signal bar to open higher than the close when it approaches the initial balance low. That's not a requirement for the initial statistic, for the original statistic. At any point when price pierces or, exceeds, touches or exceeds the initial balance low, that stat is considered done by most people. If that wasn't too confusing, I hope. And remember, it's still not a thing. Now, that is not the statistic because it's not 9:30. The IB low will just come down here now. Oh, yeah. They're liking it, huh? I'm sure there's lags up one side and down the other here. Yeah. Boy, I'm tired of that. I don't know what to do about it. Well, I'm guessing somebody said or did something. That's got some pretty severe selling going on there for some reason. Let's look and see. Maybe. Well, I don't see anything. I don't see anything in Financial Juice that would have precipitated that sell-off other than just, everybody going, get out of here. It's that out the window story, That's what they say. The old saying is the market takes the stairs up and everybody jumps out the window down. Man, if you got short this morning up there around that initial news and just are sitting on it, you're first clever and second of all making a lot of money. What's going on here? Nothing that I know of. This doesn't update very frequently, which is probably good. Unspecified allegations against labor rights icon Cesar Chavez lead to cancellation of celebrations. Okay. Well, that's, I guess, not too big a surprise. And this Oz guy, what a screaming idiot. I don't see any brilliant stuff here and there. I don't know. Now, that was overnight low, right? So there was probably a lot of fuel down there, I guess. So I'm just sort of a spectator here today until this FOMC thing happens. Well, if my wife was any better cook, I wouldn't know whether I was walking or rolling here, I tell you. It's got a piece of fresh, hot, homemade sourdough bread. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Yeah, at 41s. Oh, yeah, got it. Unless I'm crazy, my IRT just shows where the singles start. I was thinking it bracketed them, but apparently not. Yeah, big one. Big time. I can't believe it. Yeah. Took a while. But yeah, definitely. Yeah, Vietnamese from Saigon. And my daughter, Vietnamese, or actually stepdaughter, actually. Yep. Really lucky. Yeah, thanks a lot. I lived in Kuala Lumpur for 11 years or so. And that's where we met. And moved back here after it took 8 years to get a visa to bring. We didn't get married there because the immigration lawyer that I contacted here said it's better if you do a fiance visa and then come here and get married. That'd be be quicker. I can't imagine slower. Took 8 years to get the visas, and that's when we came back over here, and now we're kind of scratching our heads going, what the hell did Why did we do that? But here we are. And so as soon as we got back, as soon as we got here, then we heard Quick Like got married and everything, and all that's in process, and we're just waiting for the has already been completed, all that stuff. We'll see what happens with this administration and immigration, but just waiting for the appointment for the whatever they call it, exam or something, and then swearing in thing. Well, we're long into the initial balance now, and I would heartily recommend, as I do every day, don't trade to the statistic. That never proved to be very successful for me, and that this is a perfect example. Everybody's all excited. Oh, we got down here. We're going to take the IB low for sure, and they get short right here, and then you never know. Do I imagine that the IB low will be taken out? Yeah, probably. Looks pretty likely. But how many of these are going to happen before then? Now this drop right here brings up a statistic that actually this one does. That's that Rod came up with, called the IB30, which is, guess what? There's a 90+% probability that the high or low of the first 30 minutes is exceeded by the high or low of the second 30 minutes of the RTH session. So here, where we are, yeah, here would be the low for the first 30. No, that's not the first 30 minutes. That's the second 30 minutes. Here would be the higher low of the first 30 minutes. No, I guess it's here. Okay, yeah. And there it's exceeded. So that would be the IB30. The nice part about that one is it's, you only got an hour to wait, or 30 minutes to wait, as opposed to the initial balance trade, or the initial balance setup, which can be any time between now and 1600 this afternoon. So that's pretty painful. Oh, that's a bummer. I'm sorry to hear that. Condolences. That's terrible. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. All when this whole process started, I thought, well, I'm an American and we're going to get married. It's my wife. Oh, that couldn't be further from the truth, as you well know. And then, there was this. Well, the first Trump go around, and all the crap they did about immigration was threw everything off the tracks, and then, yeah. Anyway. Pretty crazy. Well, we're going to get the stat. Everybody's excited. All those little kids, boys and girls, are all excited about that. Looky there now. Yeah, maybe not. And not to put too fine a point on it, but if you tried to get short right down there on the IB low, it's just, and you're working a 3-lot or a 3-point stop, as in my risk neutral thing, you're just about stopped out. So, yeah. Yeah, that's for sure, boy. When just the minute you think you got a handle on it, then some screwy thing happens. Yeah, who'd have thought that? Wow. Be having a conversation about far right Christian national people, pro Russian people at the top positions of the NSA. I mean, what the hell? I'm sure Reagan is spinning around in his grave like a barbecue or a rotisserie or whatever. There you go. Look at that. So anybody that got short down there in the 20s thinking that that was a slam dunk is gotten slammed and then dunked, I guess. Yep. There we are. Let's see what's going on over here now. Well, nothing. That's exactly what's going on over here, and that's just exactly what I would hope to see. Notice how the levels and stuff are being pushed across. Now, these levels look like they're real important. You'll notice how much how frequently price reacts to them, and they are exactly nothing more than arbitrary. Rod and I were talking about it, and I said, I'm going to code up, try to vet this opening range, and he said, try this. There's our IB low. The pullback zone is 3 points to 5 points above the IB low. The continuation zone, 3 points to 5 points below. And the trigger zone, 1 point either side. Same way with a high. That's it. That's how scientific it was. And it is amazing every day how frequently these levels act like they have support resistance. Those lines that are drawn on the chart. And they're just arbitrary lines. I guess it feeds into the human tendency to spot patterns, and the monkey boy desire to where did that go now? Oh, that's the wrong one. Twice I did that one. That's not good. And the monkey boy desire to Conformational bias. I guess. So no statistic yet. You could call this a consolidation or a bar, I guess. Not the fun kind of a bar, but the other kind, the trading kind. Yeah, that's pretty interesting software. Antonio, you might want to take a peek at this ATS software, which Anton uses. I looked at it over the weekend. It's they do have a heat map, and it's quite comprehensive and substantial. There's a substantially lower prescription or subscription fee, and or you can just outright purchase a license like you can with Bookmap. So compared to IRT. And some features that that Anton really likes there with big there we go. Now we got the IB low. Everybody's happy now. And again, that is not, well, it will be an A signal here, and I don't know why the lower A's are not firing, but I'm tired of thinking about it. I'll have to look this weekend. So here's the way the signal works. There's a signal bar. Now that better get down there and close, or it's not going to be a signal bar anymore. And the previous bar is open higher than the low. According to the rules as I remember doing them, this should not be an A now. However, it still seems to be. So something's gone goofy with the way this is, and that's a pullback. That should be a B then. There, and then down to a trigger, and I was almost ready to reach for the mouse. Well, I'm not going to do that with the margins. Assuming it comes back down to the trigger, the system would take a trade. Now, the reason that I'm standing here kind of like a dork, when I started the system, I had the rules coded, right? A rule right there. And in order to have a signal marker, I copied those rules, and they're up here, and put them on the chart. Now, over the course of all the changes I've made back and forth and up and down, apparently these signal markers, this A signal marker has gotten out of step with the rule. So we'll see. I'm old and, I'm harmless. Is it... I don't know. Anton, over to you. I just Googled ATAS platform, and I got all kinds of stuff over the weekend. I can't show... Yeah, I can, I guess. Could. Stuff. No. Never mind. Now, we should be approaching the trigger here. The trigger would be when, wherever the bar went, whenever this bar taps into the trigger zone here. And I think that's a pretty unlikely possibility of a profitable trade. If I were, what I've been doing, and which, as you might imagine, has not worked out very well, or is pretty inefficient. I know that I've got the A, the B, And once a trigger, I would enter the trade in a normal circumstance automatically and mechanically over here on Bookmap. Yeah, and Anton does really well and comes up, I think, an experience at trading. So yeah, I would definitely take a look at that. I will too. I'm going to probably download it this weekend, and then I can feed it with. There is a demo. Feed it with Rhythmic and see what happens. About a month or two ago, whenever they had that. Whatever, Black Friday or whatever, the latest one of those silly shit, Cyber or whatever, Cyber Hootenanny, whatever they did. I actually purchased the Bookmap finally after all this time. I had not before. And of course I'll find a better software immediately now. Shit happens, right? Yeah, I'm going to take a look at it to see what it's about. Also, I don't want to create more work for, I'm pretty much if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy. The irritating part is that IRT is fairly expensive and there's no opportunity to eliminate, to buy the license or a lifetime license or something. So it's a continual pain in the ass. And I don't know about, liking the idea of large trades. I have not really seen them. So, and as I said, I can't really read the dome much because I guess it would be time and sales. So you could probably put something in. Bookmap's got a time and sales. Whether they've got some sort of high trade alert you can do, I don't know. So I would call this a breakout. Right back to that. If I were Jorgensen or somebody, I bet or some guys in the stat, I'll bet they're shorting right there. Or maybe a little higher up at that other, up in here, maybe. And that's exactly why I don't do well with a breakout retest. Is this what they call a mid flip now? I don't know. Let's see. Now something's going on here. Overnight low. Really? Yeah, there you go. Mid flip. There you go. Well, okay. There you go. Fixed, huh? And now I have the hiccups. Great. So, any craziness? So far, the only why the internet is having trouble with frames. Huh. Every time my stuff struggles here, I think about Harry saying that he can trade no problem at all with like 34 MBPS uploads and stuff like that from Starlink. I just don't get it. I really hope that's the truth, because that would be, as I said a long time ago, that would be huge, you know. Get a sailboat and slap a, I have to get a, you know, a super yacht or something to put this crap I've got here on it, but you know what I mean. I saw a pretty interesting video on somewhere, or news maybe it was. Let me think about that. Zuckerberg has a $2 million plus tender. In other words, a separate support boat to trail around and support his mega yacht, just to hold all the toys and shit. The submarine and the helicopter and the, you know, launch boats. Must be nice. Must be amazing. Huh? Must be amazing. Yeah, they fixed those singles, and now they're just bebopping around up here. What are we going to do here? Is anything happening? And I'm not even looking, to be honest with you. No trades taken, which is normal. I'm still not quite sure what the living hell is going on with these, these lower... Get away from here. I'm so sick of that thing. These lower signals. The continuation short signal would be right there. That's the deal right there. That's the reason. Okay. Got out of sequence with the other one. That's what I thought. Oh well. I'll have to fix it. Now this is the kind of times when you, when it would be real prone to cheat. There's no trigger here, right? Because it didn't get to the trigger zone. Right there. But wouldn't that have been lovely? That's the kind of thing that is why I think it's really important to backtest with a computerized backtest engine of some sort, because it would be too easy if you were trying to scroll back and look at that stuff. It would be too easy to fudge, and then in so doing you would have just, invalidated the whole backtest idea, as I understand it. Yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't that be amazing? And he just bought a $122 million house in Miami on, it's not Dodge Island, but I forget the name of it. Right there in, just off of, north of Port Everglade, and just, think of the name of that damn thing, between the beach and the mainland, of course. And the last time I heard about Zuckerberg and houses, he had built has a private island in the Hawaiian island chain, and had built some mega super bunker, end of world super luxury place over there. So yeah, mega rich must be tough. Must be tough. There you go. We should have been born rich instead of so damn good looking, huh? And then I woke up. My needs are simple, that's what in all reality, I need one or two reasonable trades, not micros, but a day, and we'll all just be fine. It would be nice to, be Carmine Hoop-de-Doo or Rod or somebody that's making 40 or 50 grand a month, but I want to just crawl before I can walk, or how would that go? Walk before I run or something. Consistently, that's the key. Made, great trades before, but consistency, that's the key. That's what I need. It's so easy to fall asleep or get kind of lackadaisical when you've got a career doing something, that's contributing a lot of chips to the table. Now that I don't have that anymore, that's a pretty stark reality. hoping everything is plugging along okay. Oop, I don't want to do that. Well, I don't want to say the L word, but right now nothing's going on. That's a good thing. I mean, just a 2-lot, my typical 2-lot risk neutral trade setup, which is, everybody's familiar with here, right? One of those to both targets is in a mini is $750 a day, per trade. Well, I'd be good with that. It would be nice to expand on that, but that would be a real nice. That would be nice. That would be no problem. Hey, Quille, how are you? Nice to see you. Where are you from? That's a really cool name. Interesting. Where's that? Where do you come from, or where does that name come from? No, none of my business. Just curious. FOMC is minutes are out this morning. Margin risk is higher. Intraday risk, in case you're trading that. So be advised. Big sell-off today. Gap down and haven't gotten close to closing it. Don't think? Nope. And here we are. Oh, wow. Kazakhstan. Wow, that's pretty cool. I have obviously not been there. That's, well, welcome. Yeah, I hope everything's good in your world. The internet's an amazing thing, isn't it? Okay, so they're coming back down to the IB low again. Maybe something will happen down there on that IB trade. I don't know, but we'll see what the system does with it. Assuming they get back down there. Fixing those singles up and the above, just taking out that bar was pretty interesting. Very definitely. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. That I know of. You're exactly right, Anton. Didn't think about that. It was a good catch. Be real careful today, Curlay. This is a real, as you probably are well aware, risky trade day. We had some prominent numbers out, the PPI this morning, and we've got the FOMC, which is the federal bank here, exchange interest rate. That number's out at 1,300. Pretty dicey. My particular broker has the intraday margin rates to raised to 25% of nominal until after the FOMC minutes. So instead of the typical mini trade of $400, it would be about $6,000 margin requirement, and the mini or the micro would be 600 or whatever the hell it is. Sorry about that, but 600 more or less, roughly, which is fine. I'm just not when it's kind of crazy, I don't get involved. I figure I can keep my powder dry until then. So let's see what's going on over here. Well, this was that opening range fence thing I was trying out, that I've been trying to, vetting just to see about other setups. Add to that I can vet and then have a statistically verified edge and add to the trade plan. Looking for something that happens frequently, right? With clearly identifiable signals. That's what I need. And this is the opening range trade. Initial balance, Jesus. I better get back to bed immediately. Look at this. Look at this craziness during that. Well, and Antonio, if you were doing the VPOC migrations here, you got car sick, man. Look at that. Leading up to 9:30. Wow. Moved out, but holy smokes, huh? That's quite the ride. I try to keep the colors consistent. The developing VPOC is yellow, like I have it over here, and on the Renko charts also. Yeah, that's quite the hootenanny they had going on there. Wow. Not that, I certainly didn't trade it, and I'm sure nobody else did, but that's a function of light volume, right? Where they can that thing jumps back and forth with very small, very light volume swings. Be my guess. Speaking of that, so we're down to, we're down to 3.5 points average true range on a 1 minute bar. And the volume is easing its way back up now on the new contract. This is average volume for 20 days. full session. Full session. Keeping my trade control panel open here to remind myself how I have it set up. And specifically on the DOM only, so I don't make some stupid mistake over here in the active data column. Thank you very much. The voice, the voice of experience talking here. Yeah, cool. Well, thanks for the thought and the intention, and obviously the correct decision. Trade first, talk later, right? In flying, there's an old axiom that's when you have an emergency, it's aviate, navigate, communicate in order of importance. Just as you did there. That's great. Up around the 42.5, is that what you're talking about? And then that short? I'm assuming. Let me see. Yeah, I got it up here. Wait a minute, wrong goddamn window. Sorry about that here. So in this area here, yeah, that's a good one. And as Tom would say, a lot of buyers up here aren't getting paid. And down they go. Nice. More than 12 handles, so, extremely nice. Yeah, that would have been a 2-target winner for me without any heat. Using the basic risk-neutral 2-lot package. And that I go through. The setup and everything and the risk-neutral packages and all that stuff is described pretty much in the pre-market setup, Curly, which is starts at 8 o'clock every trading day morning. So if you aren't up to speed with what we're talking about here, what I'm talking about, every stream, I don't script these streams, but I try to keep things similar, so I don't forget. And every morning I go through the setup and the 2-lot risk neutral and how that whole thing works. So there you go. Very nice. Yeah, very nice trade, Anton. 37.25. Yeah, you couldn't sound like you're full of shit. I mean, 39.25. Yeah, so right here-ish, right? Yeah, good. Look at that little hoop-de-doo they got going on there. Somebody got dizzy there. Nice trade. I was looking at that. I hope I said something about this consolidation up here at the single, but the bar thingy. Another one would have been, or perhaps your entry was here, which would have been pretty cool. I mean, that's pretty much of a test back to the mid. Whatever, good for you. Yeah, all I need is one or two of those a day, and I'm fat, dumb, and happy. What can you say? The only, in my opinion, about all that stuff, and it's kind of I probably made these comments about the lab before, but any kind of sharing that information, as far as I'm concerned, is really valuable because you see what other people are thinking and at the time, not, this rear view mirror crap. And that's what I call shit, is that the rear view mirror deal. Yeah, well, I saw this up here and I knew this was a double high and I got short, it's a structured trade, blah, blah. Well, that doesn't work. It doesn't do me much good. And my theory about trading live here on Bookmap and, articulating the trades as and when I take them, exactly the setup and the entry and all that stuff. I don't feel bad about doing that at all. And this thing about teach a man to fish and he'll eat for his life, and give a man a fish and he eats one day. Yeah, but if the poor bastard starves to death waiting to learn how to fish, that isn't much help. So I don't see any problem with it. As a matter of fact, I think it's a good thing. Assuming you're really trading, that a person is really trading. If it's one of these rearview mirror guys that's just BSing, well, then that's despicable. Somebody that's really got boots on the ground, that's different, in my opinion. Another old saying is you can bullshit the fans, but don't bullshit the players. Kind of a thing. BS or whatever. My opinion is all. That's just my side of it. So, yeah. Diddle in the middle. Now, this is... See how that's more of a muted yellow? That's the full session volume profile from over here. And this brighter yellow thing up here, I should probably make them different, I guess. This brighter POC is for the RTH, which is right here. Oh, and I see something else that didn't set right. I just noticed it now. Excuse me. This... Boy, I'm really over this thing not doing stuff it's supposed to do. This is the RTH VPOC. It should reset every morning. And let me point out to you why I think that. This is Globex VWAP. A year ago, well, a year in November, and it resets every morning, every day, exactly as it should. The RTH used to do that until the time change, and now it doesn't want to seem to know anything about anything. And I'm just so freaking frustrating. And I don't know why. I set it up exactly the same every time. It's supposed, I've created a new one of these with session VWAP. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong thing. And it ain't working, and it's just real frustrating, as you might imagine. I don't know why. Bookmap. And I didn't notice it until right now. Sorry about that. If you were watching my stuff, you probably were going, what's wrong with this guy? Man, it's a long haul till 1300, isn't it? Oof. My guess is they're going to just kind of bounce around down here until the FOMC thing, but have three pretty prominent distributions, and they're just hammering back and forth. I just noticed they haven't taken the initial balance yet. I didn't even pay attention to that till now. Oh yes, they did right here. Here we go. One tick down there, yeah. I was going to say, I thought I remember that happening, but oh, there it is right there. I didn't remember. I couldn't see it over here on the Renko. That one little tick down there, and that was it. Would have been a nice IB failure, I guess, huh? Well, let's see what's going on. Oh, we're having a heat wave at 16 now, according to the computer. I have to keep reminding myself I'm not looking for a trade here. Probably should be, but I don't know. Spooked about that margin stuff. I need to actually confirm with AMP if there's any anomalies I'm not aware of. As far as I'm concerned, the increase in intraday margin just simply means that you have to have that much more money in the account to qualify for the, to meet the margin requirements. But I don't know if there's any more. I have to think about it, actually. Risk involved. That's a problem with prop stuff and things, and not trading this live account for a long time. You get out of the real world of trading. There's a lot of things that happen in the real world of trading that aren't factors in the other world. I believe I like this one better, but going on? Has there been any additions to well, just, oh God. I don't know what to say. What's ground news have to say? Mark Wayne Muller. Boy, there's a guy you want heading up something, isn't it? Jesus, I don't know where they find him. I'm afraid my wife is sick. I don't smell any wonderful things coming out of the kitchen. I better go make sure we're not having a medical emergency around here. I don't want my stomach to think my throat's been cut. Fat Billy says, yum. Yeah, she's just busy doing something else. All is well. Here we have a consolidation or a bar building up, I guess, right here. Something that you can't do with Bookmap that is kind of irritating is you can't like draw a box and then move it. I have a problem. I think it's probably an operator error with drawing stuff. Like I can't just grab a line and move it. I got to delete it and draw another one, that kind of thing. And you, for example, if I were to draw a box around this consolidation here and I wanted to extend it, if the consolidation had done so, I haven't been able to figure out how to do that. I don't think you can, because I saw somebody else complaining about it, but yeah, it is spring break, exactly. Exactly, and today as well. Or wait a minute, yeah, today. It's Monday and Wednesday that I do that, typically. This week is spring break for her. I don't know about all the other colleges, but here, but yeah. We were talking about spring break here the other night at dinner when I was living in South Florida and Fort Lauderdale area on the boat. That would have been 79, 80. You know, spring break was such a huge deal, and I knew a couple of guys in the construction business. Their entire business was predicated. They didn't work all year, and their entire business was to go back and repair the damage to the hotels after spring break. I would suppose and hope that has been brought under, eliminated, or the kids have grown up or something. But yeah, it was a flipping disaster. Big money deal, I guess, but anywhere along the beach there, all those bars and stuff. Lauderdale and can't think of the little towns up north there on the way to, not to Boca, but you know where I mean. Haven't thought about those places in a long time. I think Oakland Park and those places. Great. If I want to draw a box, a rectangle, I guess. Boom. Now, if I wanted to change that somehow, I don't really see how the hell to do it. Normally you'd do that, Edit this drawing, maybe that's it. I usually remove it, but... Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Push my mouth. Never mind. How about moving the damn thing? How do you do that? Or do you? Cool. Okay. Well, there you go. Thanks. To be honest with you. Yeah, there you go. Thanks a lot. Well, you can see how much thought I put into that. I would default to son of a, and then do that and then draw it again. So does that work with a line too? Let me see. Let me just draw one here. Let's do a horizontal. Yeah, let's do this. Boop. Okay, so now boom, boom, boom. Edit this drawing. Oh yeah, cool. All right, well, hush my mouth. Okay. I'm going to tell Harry about that because he was he was bitching about the fact that they couldn't extend boxes, and I figured they're a lot smarter than I am, so I was just didn't bother worrying about it. I just deleted them and started over. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I agree with you on the drawing tools. I think now that I'm thinking about it, maybe what Harry was referring to and complaining about with Jorgensen was extending, right? So you can draw a box or array and expect it to extend and, off to the right edge there, which I don't guess probably happens, but hey. Now, that would be real dangerous if you had this frickin' active data column engaged. That's where I would end up trying to drag the box and get the wrong spot and then all of a sudden have a trade on. So, yeah, note to self, be careful about that. I think I said this before, but I have the hotkeys all set up also. So that would be this is how I have the hotkeys set up. Reverse position, boy, there's a good one for overtraders. The only thing about the hotkeys is you need to have the focus of the operating system on the machine needs to be on the application, but that's, that's normal. Not anything peculiar to Bookmail. And that's the quickest way to go, just bam, boom, and in you are. If you're not looking for, limits and stuff like that. I found it. Antonio's not here. Do you want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hello? No? You don't want to say hi? You bashful? Has a cat got your tongue, kitty cat? Oh, Antonio, she's mad at you, brother. She's not talking. That's scary. Well, now what? Well, now everybody's migrated together. I guess these crazy Ivans here are just a result of the lower volume. That's why they can throw these levels back and forth so easily. You know, just bouncing between 87 and, you know, or 91 and 87 is just bang, bang, bing, bing, and just a couple hundred contracts, I guess. There's the bar idea again. Getting plenty of that diddle in the middle action. Well, that reminds me of the time I may have told this story if I did. Mute. When I was working on learning about market profile with that ex-local guy, JP. At one point he introduced footprint charts. And he said, now I'm going to show you something, and you're going to suddenly see opportunities and entries all over the place. And, be really careful. Same idea. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I'm just trying to identify those kinds of things to see if I... Yeah, I got to, I need to have some vetted, as I've said a zillion times, I need to have some vetted other vetted setups in my trade plan, besides just the IB. And that seems to be one that a lot of guys capitalize on. But I certainly understand what you're saying. I mean, I certainly agree with it. My issue is, okay, is this a bar? This whole thing? Is this a bar, this little guy over here? You know what I mean? And I guess that's a matter of fractals and what time frame you're trading in, but that to me is a tough one. The tough part about it. A perfect example. With only the initial balance trade, there's been one, 2 rules so far, not a setup, not a trade, not anything. And it's, we're heading into the RTH 2. There needs to be more options. I need to have more options, I should say. Or at least that's my feeling. Yeah, that's one of the big ones. I agree with you completely, Anton. That's how to vet that thing and how to possibly code it close enough so that it could be vetted. Yeah, me too. I don't get it either. I'm sure some wizard can and probably has done that, but I haven't been able to figure out exactly how. Or even, not even exactly, even remotely how. I like the idea of the mean reversion thing and the VWAP standard deviation bands, that would be something that I could get probably coded up to where I could backtest it, because those are levels. And but yeah, the first thing you have to do is what are my criteria for consolidation? How would I define that? And then it has to be in context with the session, and then how far away is a breakout? Is a breakout that qualifies and a retest? Yeah, that seems pretty involved. Probably a little over my pay grade. That is so irritating. These standard deviation bands, 1 and 2 standard deviations from the VWAP. Antonio pointed out those to me the other day, last week, I think. Which would be, I think, would figure into mean reversion setup, because that's the idea, isn't it? Well, this thing is just it's about a zipper and a half there, huh? Yeah, discretion is definitely a big deal for me too. Boss is calling. I'm going to step away here for a minute. Wow, big dump down to the IB again, pretty close. I wonder if that triggered a... Oh, it did. Look at there. It triggered an IB failure in the system, on the system, whatever. It was waiting all that time for the trigger, which it got right there. A, B, trigger. Doesn't make sense to me, actually, so I'll have to look into why that stopped there. This is this is the B, so that would bring this, that would trail the stop to entry, but this is an up bar, so there's no reason in the world that this has come down. You take the entry, I'll have to check the VPOC main, should be still going up here. Always something. Yeah, I'm going to step away here for a bit, get outside and rest my eyes. Eat my own dog food, about soft focus on the eyes, and get some exercise, and be back for the Fed fireworks at 1300. Or that's the plan anyway. The only advice I've got for anybody today is be careful. Be risk adverse, and remember that your job as a trader is to protect your account and then increase your account. And the only way you can do that is proper risk management. I want to see why that thing did that. Oh, right here. Football. I was doing something yesterday, so both T1 and T2 are set at 12 ticks. That's exactly why it took both contracts off at 12 ticks. Ball. That's pretty dumb. No, whatever. So I will change this back to the normal 48. And when I do that, you will see that this will continue to do some stuff over here. There. Modify. Come on. And now I don't know what it did, but it didn't like that very well. Yeah, that didn't work out like I had it planned. I'm not sure why. Anyway, okay, well, never mind. This is exactly why I contain this backtesting stuff to the simulated when I'm forward testing like today. Backtesting different, no problems, but I've said that before, so there you go. And here we are on Bookmap, and there is the market profile for today. Whenever I see this kind of a profile, I know I sound like a stuck record, but in my opinion, the auction has been cut short. It's not complete. There's not proper taper down here. Look at this particularly. It tapers to nothing. This just chops off. I would be definitely expecting more downside on that profile or this profile. And this is the micro, so same story over here. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. There's not a predicting anything. I'm just saying what I have noticed to happen frequently, so I'm anticipating that, and I'll be interested to watch. It doesn't look so over here. If you look at the volume profile in Bookmap, it draws down to a reasonable conclusion. So it could just be a visual anomaly on, part of IRT, but we'll see. We're 1 point high here, and the blue boy is shirking his duty over here somewhere. There's Blue Boy. So this means that as long as I can glance left and see that blue line, sorry, I know that this is the entire session so far today. And I'm off. No cats are going to come trading or anything's going to happen, and I'm going to take a little, rest my eyes, get some sun. little bit of walk, and then I'll be back for the FOMC story. Stepping away now.
the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. The IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, well, well.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, well, well. So did they cut the rate? Wow. I'm amazed. That's what really happened. No, it stayed the same. Okay. I guess I didn't read that right. It looked to me like this looked to me like a change. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, I read the wrong line. I'm surprised. Here we are back at that, coming up from the bottom on the 2 standard deviations off the VWAP. All bets are off the table as far as I'm concerned here in a day like this. It is pretty funny how we came right down to that low volume node and turned it around though, isn't it? And these low volume and high volume nodes, remember, come from my micro composite chart, and they are reflected here. They are a result of this volume profile. That low volume node that we're looking at is right there. And the high volume node is right there. I'm not saying that's, I'm pointing that out because it may be meaningless. I don't know. It's just, you know, that's arbitrary. You can draw that profile any way you want, and then those low and high volume nodes are going to be somewhere else. That's interesting. Yeah. Wouldn't take a trade here. First of all, it's 1400, so it's pretty much my standby zone on my on my backtesting systems. I have end of day closeouts here, which are end of day rules, which I can set the time within main, but they are currently set at 1430. They will close, they would shut off or close out any open positions. I just don't feel like it's. I haven't seen an economical advantage to go further than that, but that's an interesting thing to test. Run the back test as it is, and then change it to say 5 minutes to 3 or something like that, you know. So 1455 or 14 or 1500, and see if that has a positive or negative effect. That's the only way I know to test any kind of change, you know, or validate any changes to the backtests or to a system. And on that note, the usual time here I do the kind of discussion about how I approach trading as a business of probabilities rather than a video game or gambling or just gunslinging. Is as follows, actually. I recognize and I believe that the market is essentially random. There are literally millions of traders, participants who are all expressing their opinion simultaneously. So I don't think it's a very wise idea to try to figure out and predict which way the market's going to go. I also recognize that the outcome of the very next trade is 50-50, and that's a statistical fact. The market only goes up or down. It's a coin flip. So the outcome of the next trade is 50-50, statistically. So what I've decided to do here, or I'm attempting to do here, is to walk in the footsteps of the most successful traders in the world, like Jim Simmons and people, Tom Sosnoff, guy like that. and identify some regularly recurring pattern that I can identify, and the rules that kind of would validate a legitimate entry for that. Now this could be a and then I collect, through backtesting, I collect a statistically significant data set of that pattern and those rules, and identify it if it has a positive edge or not. That's the basic, simple methodology. This is an example of that. These are the rules. This is the initial balance trade. There are two trades associated with the initial balance low, and the same two associated with the initial balance high. One is a failure or pullback, so the price comes down, and the other one's a continuation, like this. So let me see if I can. And this system only has three rules: A, B, trigger. There just happened to be three right there. A, B, trigger. A, B, trigger. Same thing. So this would be an A, a B, and a trigger for the IB failure. Comes down to the IB low. Takes that statistic, or that's the first rule. Second rule, it comes back up to the pullback zone, which would be essentially an IBF or an IB failure, which is a fancy way of saying mean reversion. Tests down to the trigger, and then you go long. And there it is. Now, in this case, when the A signal is taken out, it's or when the B level is achieved, target's achieved, it trails to scale to entries. So, but I mean, this is just the system running on this chart, so I can visually understand what's happening. It's not pushing these trades outside to the outside world. This is all happening within the simulated environment of IRT here. So, and this is active trading, the active market of these rules, which is typically used for backtesting. And that's what I'm talking about now, is vetting a trade. So in order to accurately backtest something, you need to have a statistically significant data set which is identical. The market is never identical, but the rules and the criteria for each specific rule must be identical. If they're not, then it cannot be included in the same look back data set or occurrences, because you're not comparing apples and apples. So what I do then, and I figured out long ago that I couldn't do it manually. Impossible to be that precise and go back far enough to be statistically significant. What I mean by statistically significant data set, you have to be outside the suspected random distribution. And a quick example of random distribution is that everybody knows coin flip is 50-50. Yeah? But if you flip a coin 10 times, nobody's going to be too surprised that there's more heads than tails, or vice versa. That's a random distribution. If you flip the coin 1,000 times, it's going to be 50-50, pretty close. So in order to have a backtest that is outside random distribution, I figure you got to have at least 100 trades, and very definitely better if you have more. So typically what I do is, Like I want to backtest this system, and what will happen here with the backtest, I'll define a number of days, 500 days. And yes, you're right. The M6 contract just rolled over Monday, but the system uses the DTNIQ continuous contract, so it's able to do a proper backtest. 2 contracts, and here is the session, the reports that I want to see, and 500 days. So what's going to happen here is, oops, I didn't do that right. Sorry about that. What's going to happen here is the system is going to look back over each 1 minute candle for 500 days and validate each one of these rules over each 1 minute candle for 500 days. Now imagine trying to do that yourself. Yeah, exactly. Here's what happens when you have the computer do it. And there we have it. 498 days, 793 trades, took 10 seconds to evaluate all of these rules over 223,529 1-minute candlesticks. And these are the various reports. So there's a capital required, there's an average max favorable excursion daily. Adverse excursion. Maybe these overalls, no, that's not any good. Okay. Biggest pullback for the system, 112 bucks. Come on, IRT, wake up, baby. Come on. But this thing has a hard time. You see the lag picking up over here just because I want to move that chart or the report out of the way so I can show you about it. I don't know why. There we go. Now it's going to have a hard time. Now it could be okay. I don't know why it does that. Here's another report that's a very important one. And this is of the 793 trades, 269 of them were winners, for an average of 66.75. 215 losers, average 29.73. 9 consecutive winners, 9 consecutive losers. And the difference between 269 and 415 is 474, right? 484. So the difference from 793 minus 484, those are scratches. This is a report. So this is a system that is not trailing. You can tell that immediately that's it. This system isn't set to trail to break even like I do normally. Here is every one of the 793 trades plotted exactly on the time of entry, exit type, entry type, exit type, profitability, prices, everything you want to know. Also, here is there's a P&L graph for the system. Like 500 days. Now, honestly, look, good morning. My little girl, little daughter, yeah, she's really taking advantage of the spring break. So I take that to the next step as far as my backtesting and vetting procedure goes. And I do that here. So each one of these is a backtest. Each line is a backtest for the MES. ES is above there. And all the various differences in the parameters in terms of stop, T1, T2, it's always two contracts, so that's consistent. And then is there going to be a trigger, is there not, and what happens with all of the... So just looking over here, you can see that there's a, 56% win rate, 43% loss rate, expectancy is 24.42, R factor 1.63, RR factor is 2.5, and that's not exactly right. I can explain why in a minute. And on and on and on. Consecutive winners, consecutive losers, longs, shorts, P&L, commissions, and gross P&L. When you do that this way, there is a way to, this is real data that you can lean on, and this is actually a vetted trade. If I say I'm taking a vetted initial balance long and somebody says they want to see the data, there you go. I didn't just make up that it is a vetted trade. I didn't look back over last week and say, oh, I got profitable those 6 days. I think you have to be real careful about that. Another thing that's important about vetting is to do any kind of changes systematically. If I think that it's important to change one thing, let's say the rule says that the open has got to be higher than the low, and the low has got to be below the open's got to be above the initial balance line, and the close has got to be below it. Well, then I run, and I'm thinking, well, maybe I don't care. Maybe I care if it's okay if the close is up here as long as the low is below there, the initial balance. There's only one way to evaluate that, in my opinion, and that's to run a back test as it is now, which we just did, and then make that one change in the code, and then run the back test and see what the difference is. That's why I have all those back tests that you see there a minute ago. So that's how I approach it, and what I'm trying to do now, as I've been talking about, is evaluate other going on here. Evaluate other strategies and setups, because you got to have. Obviously, you have to have more than one. Okay, enough of that, and it's getting this IRT all confused, and we continue to sell down. NQ, ES, we're hunting lower over here. Down here on the bottoms, there's some singles right there. There's a string of singles up there. And we're going to have the market on close recap at the bottom of the hour, and then the market on close and balance at 1450. And I wrap the stream up every day at 1500. The reason it is 7 hours long, I have a commitment to take no trades off the stream. This is my live AMP futures account funded by me. All trades are anticipated, discussed, and traded on Bookmap here, and captured and for all the world to see. Notice also that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application, so you can always see the application or any program I have running, the clock, the computer, hours, minutes, seconds, the date, tie that back to the date of the Bookmap or IRT. Yeah. Well, it's a pretty obvious day, isn't it? There's that little bit of responsive buying I was looking forward to. And that's the rest of it. Again, same idea over here. We got Blue Boy on duty there, yeah. Not much responsive buying, and then just down we go. These are some lines here. This is a 2 standard deviation and 1 standard deviation band from the VWAP. Anton pointed out that those were interesting levels to watch, so I've been doing that lately. I appreciate that. Well, I'm real surprised that they rolled those intraday margins back at 1335. I mean, it shoots the day in the head, but good for them. That's typical. I just didn't think with this particular volatility, but that's great. Now, Anton may have gotten a couple of trades in there and got his bag for the day, I hope, or anybody else. That name is great. I'm sure there are those who jumped on these and just took advantage of, I don't know, pick one, the MCVPOC migration or who knows what. This would have been a fine one for the test up here. Seems pretty volatile here though for me when you're talking about 07s to 23s. That's a pretty volatile swing. You got to be real right with your entry if you're working with a small bracket order like I do. Really? Well. Into the close, huh? It's 2:30. You're looking for a closing swing trade to take some of that back off the second standard deviation. Is that the thinking, I guess? probably. Definitely mean reversion country. And if they, depending on your stop size, if they get a squeeze on them into the close or try to take a little profit off the shorts, it's going to could be epic. Good luck. So typically here at about 14:30, I do the recap. Pretty much pretty obvious, I guess, isn't it? Big news today, we had the PPI and of course the Fed, which just happened. So we opened gap down and never came back, never got close. There's the there's the gap high, and there's the gap low, and we still have an open one in here from the day before, which I'm not sure if that's correct. I don't think so. Oh, POC, I'm sorry. And the, I'm going to take that off. It's confusing. And the naked volume point of control from 16th is gone done like dinner, I think. Yeah, probably so. Yeah. So there we go. Similarly over here, this is IRT. Are you anyone new? This is my charting package. This is Investor RT. I guess that stands for real time. I don't know what it stands for. Maybe it stands for rookie traders. I don't know. I use two configurations of these four charts, basically. This is the micros and this is the minis. The market profile chart remains the same for the minis on both tabs. Because I don't see any use of going back and forth between micro and mini on that. Anyway. So again, here you have it. We did take the initial balance low right there. That was the stat, the first stat that was achieved today, and then it was inside for a while. And now there's no question about it. What happened? One word about the IRT charting. All of these have in the header, you can see the chart name, which is meaningless to you. The instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So that could alleviate any question. This is the MES, MNQ, MES micro composite chart, which I think about as my higher time frame. And that is a real simple again. It's the MES, it's the 1 day time frame, and it's the daily session, RTH session. So each one of these candles is a day. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, like here. Now today, this didn't overlap unless some magical mystery tour happened between now and the close at 1600. This will not be included in this volume profile. And I'll wait to see what happens tomorrow, whether we have overlapping or an island or whatever goes on. Same way here. Closed here, gapped up, didn't close it. There we go. That's just how I do it. And whether it's right, whether it's wrong, whether it's, it is what it is. And I think it's important to be consistent. So that's what I try to do. Yeah, it's right on the bottom. It's an asymmetrical trade, absolutely, Anton. I mean, you know you're wrong if it's a couple of ticks down there, so yeah, good. So we'll see what happens. Now, these high and low volume nodes over here in the micro composite push automatically to bookmap, and so do these session prices. Let's see what we're doing for volume. Yeah, it's picking up. I suppose by the end of the week, this will be back to the hundreds. Here we are. There's the string singles up here. Even down here right now. Volume's good across all of them. It's surprising to me that the NQ M6 is only trading about 435,000 contracts, but the micro MQ is 1.5 million. That's 3 times as many. Granted, it's 10 times less expensive, but I don't think I've ever noticed there be such a discrepancy with the contract. For example, the ES up here is 1,400,000 on the mini and 1,600,000 on the micro. That makes more sense to me. I'll have to go back and look at some old screen snaps or something and see if that's normal. I find that strange. I noticed that yesterday, and maybe I'm just barking in the dark. I don't know. So anyway, let's move on to the wrap up here. Well, in case you don't know it, I use 2 news sources, investing.com and Financial Juice. They're both free. Go by all the ads. You can pay if you want. I'm sure they'd be appreciative. You can filter both for wherever you are, whatever reports you're interested in, etc. And with investing.com, they only work with typical, known, recognized economic events. Here we go. CPI this morning, PPI this morning, factory stuff down here, the FOMC, there you are. And notice that if you don't, the event title changes to a URL. So if you don't know what the CPI year over year for EU is, you can click on that and see all about it. There are also earnings calendars, which we're still doing that, believe it or not. And let's see what we're going to get tomorrow. Philly Fed, initial jobless claims, new home sales. This would all be, in my opinion, this would be economic inflation stuff, which is a biggie for the Fed. What's happening this week? Well, Friday's going to be a nothing burger, so tomorrow's going to be the big deal as far as this week's concerned. Now, Financial Juice, similar idea. This is the docket calendar, and this is more of a squawk box idea, which they kind of keep going. This is where we'll see the market on close balance here at 1450. One thing they have here, which I can't show you. Oh, here we go. They pull these kind of events which are non-economic reporting typical, yet which may have some impact on the auction. This is a dignified transfer. This is where the dead soldiers are brought back, and Trump's going to go to that at 12. He did at 12:25. Very great. I'm not saying anything political. I think that's the thing he should definitely be doing. No question about that. Good for him. But I am glad when they bring these things in, because who knows what might be said at a press conference or some, press questions or something. And that could have some dramatic impact on the auction that we're not expecting. As traders nowadays, your main occupation is to manage your risk, preserve your account. And the only way you can manage risk is if you identify risk and you know how to make a mitigation plan for it. I know for 30 years that the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning is going to be the non-farm payroll, and I'm not going to be in a trade. That's risk management, because I know about that. Any of those events that are pre-scheduled. That's why I'm quite grateful that Financial Juice pulls this stuff in so that we know about it. And that's about it. We'll stand by here to see what happens with the market on closing balance at 1450. I stream every day, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning when we do the setup and pull the statistics together and all those kinds of things. Analyze the pre-market, kind of. And trade nonstop, or, stream nonstop until 1500. That's the cash close. And that's what we're going to do today. And here we are, selling off some more. Now, good for you. At least you scratched it. That's good. That's good. You're talking about ASAT and getting rid of, you were talking about ditching your bookmap subscription. I guess that means without question that you execute on ASAT. And you can do, if what I read on their site, you can execute much like you can with IRT, wherever your data is coming from. So in other words, if I install that program and I had my AMP live account here powering that program, any kind of a trading I would do from that would go right straight through, just like normal, right? I'm assuming. And I saw some nice bracket orders and things you can set up with that. Now, IRT, you can also, probably ought to say something about that. With IRT, now come on, man. With IRT, when I talk about the backtesting and the rules and the simulated environment, that's because I don't know how to make the next step with the coding from the backtesting to the live trading environment algorithmically. Because there's a lot of stuff that has to happen. The system has to send the order out and then get a reply back from the exchange that the order's been received and what time the order was executed and at what price, and then it logs all that stuff in here. And there are things like entry price affects the stop, it affects T1, it affects T2. They're all calculated off entry, right? I don't know how to do that stuff exactly, so I'm leery about that, and I'm not going to jeopardize my own money to learn. IRT, you'll notice up here, buy limit, sell to, all this kind of stuff. You can not be doing anything algorithmically and just use IRT. They even have a DOM somewhere. Hold on. Let's not screw up that thing. Let's see if this works. Come on. Wake up, you son of a bitch. Where'd it go? Trade. Chart trading DOM. There you go. You can trade, just like you trade with Bookmap or wherever, with IRT over here. Also, directly to the, now I've got this set on simulated too, right? So if I put a trade over here, it would be within the simulated environment, but you can select the account. Oops, I didn't mean to close that chart, but that was pretty dumb. Anyway, Let me see if I know how to do that. Oh yes, you can choose the account right here. So I can choose my live account rather than simulated. And then, or I can do that several other places, but you can also trade directly with IRT to Rhythmic or whatever. So I'm assuming that that's how it works, and that's great. IRT's clunky when it comes to chart trading, to be honest with you. You gotta remember, this thing was developed 20 years ago. When I was in that chat room with the AP, and Chad Payne from IRT was coming in every day to answer questions or help us out or whatever. That was 2015 or something like that, or 13. Jesus. So, yeah. All right, enough jibber jabber here. 4 minutes and we're gonna get something. I don't know what. Well, we're gonna get here, boys and girls. All together now. Market on close and balance. Saudi Arabia intercepts 4 ballistic missiles. Launch towards Riyadh. This is going to turn into a shit show from A to Z, I'll tell you. And look at us go. Hello, can you go? Let's see what's going to happen here. Where'd that go? We're getting down there to that lows. Yeah. We're bouncing up against the low from 3 days ago at that 66.74 3/4. See it over there? Whoops, you can't see it over there. See it over there? would suspect, well, there's the low from a while ago. So we're getting down to there. These are the lows. If you notice on IRT, the info box, it'll show you any of the it shows you the stats about wherever I've got the mouse. So this was from November 21st, this low right here. Okay, market on close orders. Don't waver, Willie. Yeah, this is turning into a real oof. A real bad deal, I think. And I'll say this right now. Well, of course, this is not the close. Don't forget, this is only the close of the cash market. There's another 1 hour till 1600 of the regular trading. So I can't make what I was going to say was typically, I believe that I've recognized this and it's valid. I suspect. Maybe it's one of those, confirmational bias, or humans are so good at seeing patterns. But typically, if we close at the very, very bottom of the auction, it isn't finished yet, And usually, when the next session picks up, they take right up where they left off until they've got whatever it is they're trying to accomplish accomplished. There's the market on close imbalance, and that's about a nothing burger. Let's see what happens in financial juice. U.S. diplomatic facility closed to Baghdad airport, targeted with rockets. All right, there's the market on closing balance. 499 million buy-side S&Ps, 576 million buy-side NAS 100s, 140 million buy-side Dow 30s, and 238 million buy-side Mag 7s. Now think about that. These are small numbers. I mean, we see up 3 billion sometimes. But imagine 499 million S&P contracts. And, you know, and we're all positive that they're chasing our stops. Yeah. So that's the market on closing balance. And now we're going to take this mess into the close. And I want to put exclamation points around mess. Look at that. Huh? I'm bummed out that I closed that other wanted to close off that stupid dome and I couldn't remember how to do it. I closed the damn chart. Oh well. I'll find it again, I bet. So we got a string of singles up here, and we got spike down here, and all kinds of exciting stuff. Right, exactly, Anton, good point. This is, here's the VPOC, you know, it's been steadily chugging down, so it's up here at 22s. You kind of imagine that at some point between now and then, they're going to wind back and take back some of that profit. Remember that, hope everybody remembers, this is, futures trading is a zero-sum game, or business. What that means is, if you stop and think about it, we trade contracts. A contract is between a buyer and a seller. That means two things. There can never be, ever, more buyers than sellers or sellers than buyers. It's impossible. There can be resting liquidity out of balance. Absolutely. But there can never be more buyers than sellers transacting in transacted trades because of the definition. It's a contract. So how does the market go down? Aggressive sellers come across the inside market and hit the bid. Down we go. How does it go up? Other way. Aggressive buyers come across the inside market and lift the ask. That's how it goes up. So that's the first part. The second part is all of this selling today, every one of these contracts that sold, somebody bought it, the other side of that. So somebody's sitting down here with a lot of inventory. How do you imagine you would take profit? You know, to quote Tom, the market goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, and on and on and on. And that's exactly how it works. And why? I don't have deep enough pockets to be holding long inventory up here, clear down here. But if you did, and you could manufacture some liquidity or engineer some liquidity to get into the stops, you could run this mother all the way up and just clean up and leave a whole bunch of crying, broken retail guys along the side of the road, you know. I guess. Maybe that's a bad view of how the market works, or some kind of a conspiracy-laden thoughts. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's an absolute valid fact that there are two sides. For every trade, there's a buyer and a seller. Absolutely. Means for all of these, anybody that sold over here, somebody bought. Now, I'm sure it happens within fractals. I'm sure the guys that got down here that are long from up here took that out over here and then sold some more. And again, I'm not saying that it happens just at the end of every day, but that's the way the market jiggles up and down. So something to consider, I think. Does the market over the long haul move up and to the right? It seems to do that. If you didn't notice, or if you have noticed, the thumbnail for this stream before it goes live, the ES is trading at 42.25 quarter. I just happened to notice that the other day. I got to change that actually, that thumbnail. But yeah, there you go. I remember really well when I started trading. I'm sure Anton does too. When the Dow and the Nasdaq was going to get to 2,000 or 3,000, everybody thought that was completely crazy, and 1,000 on the Dow, and big deal. Maria Bartiromo was screaming her head off on the New York Stock Exchange floor back in the CNBC days, and before the world went weird. Yeah. According to Tom, he used to trade the bigs. Before there were minis and micros, there was only one ES contract, and each tick, if I'm not wrong, maybe it was point. It was probably point. Each point was $250. And in those days, you didn't day trade them, you swung them, so that had to be exciting. A lot of stories from the old traders about that stuff, like Linda Bradford Rashke and stuff. Short the bigs on hogs or something like that, and she woke up when something happened on a Sunday and she was down $7 million. Some crazy shit. Yeah. Yeah. Lot of crazy. And we still go lower, boys and girls. I will leave the I could leave the stream on. I typically shut it off at 1500, right? But I always leave my machines on for the data through 1600. I don't care if it stays on a little longer. Might leave the stream on just to see if they can get a squeeze organized or what might happen into the close here today. Why not, huh? Why not? Get rid of all these IB high and low and all that kind of stuff lines. Clean it up a little bit. Now, all those lines that I just nuked are they're driven by the exact same data as these session prices. So there you go. And again, these are the 2 standard deviation and the 1 standard deviation band on either side of the RTH VWAP. Kind suggestion from Anton. Well, there you go, boys and girls. I think I've got a clappy thing here somewhere. I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's that one. I forget about all these buttons. These buttons I've got. I'm not exactly Mr. Radio here. This mixer thing I've got is. I think you can actually do sound bites and then put them into this deal and, you know, create whatever things you want to have for those different buttons. I might do that. So that is officially the end of the stream. One thing that I always try to point out, and I will do today, remember that in addition to the zero-sum game, we are in one of the most highly competitive businesses there are, or that there is. And the higher time frame, those boys and girls are super well educated, mega funded, mega supported, and they have one mission in mind when they come to work, and that is to be on the winning side of that zero-sum game as many times as they can. They don't care who you are or I am, or it's not personal. They realize that it's a zero-sum game and that there is going to be one person on the winning side and one person on the losing side, and their mission is to be the winning side. So we need to be, as you know, well rested, hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, throw your mouse in the garbage can. You know, be on your A game. Try to stay as fit as possible. Yeah, Anton, it's really super to talk with you and have you, participate. And yeah, I think I'll let it run for a little while here. I don't guess anybody cares. Actually, maybe I will just go ahead and kill it, but we'll see whether there's a squeeze or not in the morning. But what I was going to say, what the finish saying is just, you've got to be as fit as you possibly can be. Take care of yourself, because when you come into your desk in the morning, there's a whole bunch of people, you know, just like snarling dogs waiting on the other side of those trades. So there's that. There you go. And I think I will. Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna continue to follow this. Thanks for coming by, everybody. I really appreciate it. If you're new, like and subscribe, and remember that it's every day, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. All the times that I refer to and that are visible on my screens are Central Standard Time. Same like Chicago. And then it's the pre-market and the setup and the statistics and everything, and then live through the full cash market. So we're right now 7 hours and 4 minutes and 13 seconds on the stream. Have a good one. I am going to shut the stream down because I want to do some other stuff here. Have a great day and see you tomorrow. No real